sometimes I forget you also need time to eat the food, and also you need time to have the food cool down. Also, apparently I put 53.2 hours into the first 2 Ace Attorney games. You know, a lot of games these days I feel like, you know, they take like a couple hours to beat, maybe like 8 to 12. I personally like my games to be like 16 hours long. I know a lot of people like the faster games nowadays. Hi. I'm just finishing eating really fast. Speed running eating right now. So there was one audio issue when I watched my VODs that like pisses me off. I downloaded something, so hopefully it fixes it. So when I was editing this video for the one I just finished, because my microphone peaks so much, but I fixed that before already. But I think when I watch any of my VODs now, anywhere that ends with a C, E, or a S, it's like piercing. Or in the middle of the word, actually, anywhere. It's called a sibilant S. Theoretically, this thing should have helped that. But yeah, less piercing. It's like a very slight difference, but... I'm ready to game. I'm still shooting, that's so funny. Last time on Ace Attorney, some new samurai guy died. And I think that the guy who, like, in theory killed her, his assistant admitted to trying to frame him? I don't think she admitted to doing it. So, we'll see. I don't remember anything else. That was it. That's all I remembered, so... Oh, there's lots of bears. Should have remembered that.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
No, probably not. These things take time. I say probably not. I just did. The police are professionals, Pearl. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. It's not gonna be okay.
You're right.
God, her forehead is so big, huh? So the real person who killed Mr. Corrido was... Oh, that's right, there's an assassin who I think is our client's butler? So I don't know what's up with that.
Assassin, Mr. Shelley, the killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found the crime seems to be proof of that. If that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? That's a good question, actually.
You mean, who asked for the murder?
I don't think she probably knows what an assassin is. I feel like we shouldn't have told her that. Person didn't want to dirty their hands in blood. Whatever this client is, they're still a killer. They're the killer, if you would. I'm not funny. I am funny, actually. I take it back.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was
Ms. Andrews? I do think it's Miss Andrew. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Matt Engard himself.
Mr. Ngar really did hire the assassin. Then he is not innocent.
Oh, shit. Then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. LMAO?
But it can't be Mr. Ngar, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright. So we're clear, dude. Didn't kill anyone. And that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Didn't see any psych locks at that time. Actually. That reminds me.
Do you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. What'd she say? Because I don't remember.
So what is this interesting thing?
That's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. This case traumatized you when you first played it? Why? I don't remember it. Maybe it traumatized me. Looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful. Best case in the series, like the Phoenix Wright series, or in like the Apollo, like all of the series, like both Phoenix Wright, Apollo, and the new one, which I have not played. That would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. This one's pretty good. I did like this one a lot. It's probably, if not my favorite, at least my second favorite, I would say.
Mr. Engard's secret, in quotation marks? Is it really a secret? What is this secret?
I don't know. For now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Krita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Krita silenced. I don't remember anything about this. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. Ah, do we have to though?
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Oh shit. Wait. Is the trial happening today or did we get an extension? Edward History. I like so many of the cases in Apollo Justice. It'd be hard for me to pick a favorite because they're all pretty good. There's a lot of twists in those ones. Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have something. Oh, it is tomorrow. Okay. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Krita held about Mr. Engard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
But Aren't visiting hours over the detention center?
I didn't even consider that. We'll break in. Don't worry. Oh my god, all these interruptions. Just let me get to the detention center, please. Oh god. Hey, wait.
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good.
She's right, to be fair.
Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made?
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy-Poo, so... You know.
Edgeworth?
And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Do I have to talk with her? Are we like sure?
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Oh, really?
I'm sure it was, you know, let's catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know that gossip that's been going around by dear Juan. You know, you 8-year-old girl. I have no idea how old Pearl is. I think she's 8, right? Oh, I mean the thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Krita. I'll let you in another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. The obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow. The alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's... Oh, I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything. I didn't even think anything. I don't have thoughts.
So you want about Juan and that manager, right?
The dialogue is starting to act like it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 8.
Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
No?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard, if you know what I mean. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know, 8-year-old girl? That manager woman Juan had. You know, the manager who killed herself, and I'm telling this to you, 8-year-old girl. You know, it's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. It's that Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. No, I in fact didn't know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Krita? Where did that conclusion come from? Because I wouldn't have guessed that.
Really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? Especially you 8-year-old. That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... That's a little sussy.
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was going to get married. It's the greatest thing anyone could go through.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? Alright, now I'm a little lost, I think.
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why would he do that?
I don't know. I don't have any idea, actually.
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see. Interesting.
That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself.
I can't. There's no way that was because of the marriage if I had to take a little guessy guess, you know? How terrible. Just like that, how terrible the perspective was in that drawing.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Maybe she killed herself and then they called it off. Alright, well, that's enough out of that. Bye. Oh my god, it never ends. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are under questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Great. I really needed that dialogue. It was so helpful. I was so glad you told me that just now. Thank you.
Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores. Oh yeah! What? Why is he doing that? Oh, right, the spy camera. Got it.
Then, I'll make you some salad for him for dinner.
Why? Hi. Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
It's a salad. Yeah.
Where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Me too! You wanna bonk me with your bludgeoning bat? Why? Random fact? Oh no. All I talked about recently was the antioxidants. Oh god. Oh geez. Here's a random fact. I finally ate one vegetable for the first time in 20 years. Like last month. And it was a piece of lettuce on a hamburger, and I said right before I ate it, I was like, that's it. I'm eating healthy. I'm gonna eat vegetables from now on. I have not eaten a single vegetable since that one piece of lettuce, and I don't know if I ever will.
Aw, I guess I have to give up making a salad then.
Yeah, I guess lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. That's rough. Alright, let's break in. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Ngar tonight.
But isn't what we have to ask very important?
Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the Gar, so that's why I brought chloroform with me. And we're gonna knock him out. Sometimes the solution is just making someone pass out, you know what I mean?
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Isn't this supposed to take place in like what? Oh god, what year is this supposed to take place in? I know like the latest ones I think take place in like 2000, like Apollo I think starts in either 2020? 2018? And that's what? He was disbarred for what? 3 years? I don't know, whatever. Either way, I don't think the computer should be looking like this. Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Ngar's lawyer, right? Yeah. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Ngard case? Taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Wait, what happened to— oh, Franziska was shot. Yes, okay. Bye-bye.
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnappers' demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? even though visiting hours are long over the detention center. He wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Wow! Perks of having your boyfriend be the, whatever the other attorney is called.
What?
I already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Why are you mad at me? Oh my god, I ain't done nothing. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure, I must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Wow. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Matt Engard's probably. Alright, bitch. Tell me about your freaking butler or whatever. Dude, is Mr. Right? Hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. But not for what you think. Edward just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Crito was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard? There's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Alright. Did you kill him? About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as a nickel samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Looks like somehow Juan had in his hands secrets so powerful that blah, blah, blah. We read like 4 times already. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is? Gasp. 5? Jesus Christ.
Why does he have so many off?
I don't know.
Why?
He sounds something terrible, that's for damn sure.
What's in his heart? He must open up his heart.
I have absolutely no idea what he just... Let's see.
He must open his heart.
Oh my god.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops. And 5 of them. It says secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? No. Well, a little bit. I mean, your butler is a fucking assassin, so that might be a 1 hint. Do you know about Mr. Krita and Ms. Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Ms. Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Krita. Her mentor was Mr. Krita's manager, and also apparently his fiance. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impacts' suicide note from him. It could have been Mrs., but didn't work out, huh? Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
Girl, that's like the opposite of me. Peas? Like a pizza? Let's go eat one later, okay? Alright. I got cut off by like the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic? Talk about something else, okay? What else is there to talk about? You connected to Miss Impacts' suicide in some way? Oh shit, I didn't even consider that. Let's take a little look-see at his, like, what we need. <gasps> 'Cause, 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 ' Oh my god, that's so many. Now let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kita had been successful in his plan? What would he have discussed or disclosed? Oh my god, did you give me lava cake? Guys, my sister hates me. That's kind of crazy. What are you doing? Told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. A, I can keep saying it till I'm blue in the face, but totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, you bitch. Huh? I know you played close into Mr. Creed, especially on that night. Oh god, why do I have so little health every part of this game? Oh no. Oh no. So definitely I think we're gonna assume that do I have it on me? Do I not have it? Wait. What? Oh. That's right, we gave it to Gumshoe. Right. Don't think I have enough evidence yet. Should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Okay. Wait, how do I talk to the other lady? How do I do that? Okay, we'll figure that out later, I guess. Yeah, tell me. Oh. Oh, Mr. Powers!
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped up into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify in tomorrow's trial. What did he see? He was with us the whole time, wasn't he? So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? Talking with the detective till a little while ago. I was on my way home when all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. So my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can't see how they thought you looked suspicious. Yeah, if they're like trying to fucking find like a werewolf. Other than that... Just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? Maybe. I don't know. It's about that testimony you're giving. What are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. What do you mean you don't know? Sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Ah, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess, and you know what? This is just a total guess, totally just thrown out there, but I think it might be me. Yeah.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
No, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? No, now that I'm thinking about it, his only friends are a 19-year-old and an 8-year-old, so that's pretty rough. Gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? He's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Guys, should I put the voice changer on? Would that be helpful? Would that help the immersion? Let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He'd never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know? Samus Aran. Aaron. I don't know how you pronounce it. Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? Alright, boy, what's the gossip? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image. Aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brooch kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey. So do you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? I sure have. You mean Ms. Impacts? What? Like, why? I feel like they bring up her name, like, more often than they should.
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Thought about it a little the other day. About that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright. Why don't you ask me about that? Go on. Go ahead. Mr. Powell's so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Wait, didn't he have a kerchief before?
Hello, Mr. Obama. Mr. Obama, is that you? Help me, Mr. Obama. I'm drowning.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. Yeah, I have heard about it, like about 80 times. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today, and also yesterday, and also today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Oh my god.
Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious— oh my god, what? Insidious— wait, huh? What? Does she mean Mr. Krita by that? Well, there's no one else fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see, well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Guard and Ms. Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I think it's the two of them to tell me everything. Okay, but how do I, like, get the other person to talk? Oh, never mind. Whose story do I want to hear? Adrian Andrews, I guess. I think we need the camera back to get him to talk. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? Their client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She gave me clues about the secret Mr. Krita had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why'd you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Alright, well that seems a little suspicious. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I'd finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, It's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Might be... Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip, but I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. Why never do something so stupid? Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Yeah, I have not even the slightest of ideas what it possibly could have said. Other than, like, I think that she didn't kill herself. I think that it was a murder made to look like a suicide. I just don't know how they would do that. Maybe forensics isn't as good during this time, but you can tell, usually. Why'd you try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
What? What do you mean? Like, kill him? I don't know. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they figured it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Oh my god. Oh, just one? Yo, this bitch ain't hiding shit from me. Hey, yo. Psych lock, huh? I see. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Alright, let's see how, let's see what we need here. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. And no, you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why? What absurd idea. I have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that will make her take revenge. Well, that's gonna be Miss Impacts. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Ms. Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. Top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? I'm wondering the exact same thing, actually. You're right, you haven't mentioned him. Yet. For you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Impact and her suicide. It's a relation between Celeste and Matt. No. I don't think so. Maybe like the card, like the serial killer card, which in my opinion doesn't make any sense, but I frankly don't have anything else to think of. Because the paper is between Andrews and then Mr. I keep forgetting his name, and Juan. And then it's not about her and and guard. Okay. I'm gonna say I don't have it, and I'll come back. Hopefully when I don't have 2 health. Don't think I have enough evidence yet. Damn! Should I say and gather some more clues before I try again? So maybe I should have talked to Mr. Engard first. Sorry, I'm putting pants on because I'm cold. Ow. It's very hard because I refuse to get out of my chair. So I'm having a bit of a struggle here. Okay, that'll have to do. By the way, guys, you know I added to my soundboard? I don't have to turn on my soundboard off, so I'm not gonna press it. But you'll find out later, maybe. Alright. I guess we'll come back to that.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous.
It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
That's so true. Yellow? Got a big problem, pal. Whoa, what's wrong? I'm on my way to the office right now. Oh, okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, palace, then. I'm going... Oh. That got you faster than I thought. Hey. Time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know about that spy camera.
Yeah?
This quickly? Oh my god, you're crazy. And this bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it?
Shh, pearls. And go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who could be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Matt and God. More like Matt on God. I'm gonna kill him.
Huh?
Matt and God, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Oh my god, who is sending me 80 messages? Jeez Louise, Scoob. Alright, tell me who it is. Are you sure you heard right that the person who bought this bear was... Oh wait, they just told me. I literally have like the memory of an actual squirrel. That's crazy. I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for oh, what the fuck? $3,800? What the hell? Oh my god, is it like the fucking bear in like the line store in New York City? Like, what's happening exactly? For $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. The receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said it so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Engard. Oh, because again, witnesses are so reliable, right? I mean, oh, never mind. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? Nah, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you get this kind of thing from anywhere. Like Amazon, for instance. I hear they've been putting them in fucking the Airbnb's shits. In like the shower head, in like the sprinkler. People are fucked up. I'm telling you, pal. People are fucked up these days. And now, I guess I can give these back to you. For you to file away into evidence. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into court record. I knew it was missing. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt and Guard.
Why would Mr. Ingard do something like this? I don't get it.
I bet it was catch the Ms. Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. I don't know why I'm pronouncing it like that. Are you gonna go see him? I'm innocent God, you mean? I mean, yep.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick.
I wonder what we will find out next. I don't know, man. This shit's going crazy. Scared myself, but I had to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt and Guard, what in the world have you done? Alright, I guess we'll go back to the You. We're getting really late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Oh, okay. I guess we must have everything then, right? Unless I'm missing stuff from the crime scene.
Matt's secret.
Now let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kid had been successful in his plan? Would he have disclosed? Told you before, dude. I don't know. Don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. A. Keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me, you bitch. Huh?
I know you pay close attention to Mr. Krita, especially on that night. And I know because you put a camera there.
Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Krita's room the night of the murder. Secretly filmed? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? In a bear. Easy. Easiest no loss of life in my life just now. Spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. Bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Oh, all that for just one of them? Guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Krita was... Fuck! I hit backspace. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. I always do that. It was you, fucker. Mr. Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? How have I ever seen Mr. Bear before, dude? Aw. But he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? Says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Guard. I don't know how you work in court. I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Hopefully you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Shit, I hit backspace again. Oh my gosh. This is why it takes me 6 hours per half of the fucking court case. Every damn time. I'm trying so hard to like hit backspace and enter fast. America. True. Okay, let's hit R this time and go to the receipt. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ingard. That's your real name. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is that I spent $3,800 at the department store all the time, okay? $3,800. This could be a toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. This Adrian has got elephant hair. What the fuck? Why would you want to brush your teeth with elephant hair? You popped your tire? That's rough, dude. Popping your tire, like, actually sucks so bad. Because tires are, like, stupidly expensive. One time when Sarah was driving me home from work or class, one of the two, when she was either pulling in or out, the tire for the tire for a car hit like the little edge of the curb, but the curb part was like broken off, so it was sharp and it popped the tire. And it was a fun night. Elephant hair for bristles? Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Kind of fucked up, my guy. You took the elephant's tusk, you took his hair. It's fucked up. Anyway, store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you just said that earlier. Can I just ask you like one thing? Yeah. I'm a lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? So I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? Nope. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up. And what your secret is, of course, would be strictly confidential, you know, lawyer, attorney, client privilege and all that. So what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kree's room and filmed it in secret is... my guess is that because of the relationship. That's my guess. I don't have any other thoughts, but that was like the first thing that came to my mind. I don't have any other thoughts besides that, I'll be honest. This is it, right? I guess. Adrian Andrews? The rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kree were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Karita, you were going to reveal this fast fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Oh, really? Dude, you can be such a moron. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say it doesn't make a lot of sense, so... Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude. That kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we do in the industry call... That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be then, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. Wait, what are you talking about? I wish the reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. He didn't spy Mr. Creative because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one more reason I could think of to do such a thing. I could not. That was my only reason, actually. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Creator's room was... Oh, is it the post thing? Maybe? Let's see. That's my best guess, is this one. Fuck. I really want to set up a spy camera. I wouldn't have set it up in Juan's room. It would be in your office, dude. Huh? My office? Well, dude. You're always saying, oh, fuck. You're like getting the comic channel for free. Fuck. Mr. Nick, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Please calm down, collect your thoughts, and try again. Nerd. I've made too many mistakes. Bro, I feel like I'm doing like abysmally. Ow. The only reason I could think of, right, is like somehow the suicide's connected, but I just don't know how it would be. So I'm like confused. The thing I could think of is that maybe he was spying for the assassin guy. I mean, he is like his butler, you know, but maybe he might not know. He probably doesn't know, to be fair. Well, if we die again, we die again. You know what I mean? What was the proof oh god, what was the proof that he put it inside the bear? Oh, the receipt, Right. Bro, I am gonna have no freaking health for the trial again. SMH my head. Well, I guess we'll try the I guess we'll try this and I'll go forward with that. Oh no. Mr. Engard? Dude, how do you take that bear home with you and talk to it? I'm sure Mr. Bear will talk with you about it as much as I will, which is not at all. Nerg. I made too many mistakes. You know, on the one hand, it's like, oh damn, I don't have any health, this sucks. But on the other hand, it's like, well, at least I can just restart this stupid section without losing health. Oh my gosh. Matt's secret. Okay, so I guess it's gonna be, what did I just say? Oh my god, you guys have no idea what just happened to my brain just now. That was weird. What? I somehow managed to fall asleep within a period of about 5 seconds. Started having a dream, said the dream out loud, and then woke up. That was weird. What the fuck? Anyway. Many more caffeine. I'll talk about it in a second. That was so weird. What the hell? Alright, so we're gonna give him the card, I guess, because I don't think it could be anything else besides that. So. What is this card? He doesn't know about this card. This is certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? You don't know him. Then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. Finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. You couldn't afford to make any more mistakes like 3 interrogations ago, but yeah. Like, even if I didn't have like one singular health bar, I think that it would probably be like a lot more, right? Mr. Matt Engard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're... Why'd they make this one so obvious? All the other ones are like not as obvious as this. This is like embarrassingly... What? Sir, since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? Because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. I don't know why I'm starting to talk like that. The real mastermind behind the whole murder is you, Matt Engard. I was trying to be a good boy. Oh, ew, 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 ew. Oh no. Here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Thought if I didn't know, I'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought. Anyway, Mr. Engard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dean. What? Who? What the fuck? Oh, I forgot about this! Wow, how did I forget about this? I like vividly remember his face and everything. That's so funny. I guess he doesn't have a surfer accent anymore, does he? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. What the fuck? How did he get that drink? Where'd that drink come from? Oh my god, now I have 5 bars of health. Oh, I'm sure it'll be so helpful when I lose them next time I talk to somebody. Ooh, music kind of poppin'. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. Really? So you're Shelly, the killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? Where did you get that drink?
Well, what do you mean? And where did you get that drink?
That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick out the crime on me. I don't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Like this alcohol I have in my hand. It's either piss or it's beer. Or apple juice. And I don't think I want to know which it is.
But why? Why'd you hide the video camera and also... Why are you holding out your hand?
Weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone. Least of all assassins. What? Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. A superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why... What?
Yeah, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crimes he recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
What? Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. I mean, you know, he's making points, to be fair. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Krita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung on my beautiful public image. Scans are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it?
Mr. Krita had been able to give it. And Mr. Zengard's secret.
It's straight up like fucking JoJo Part 8 dialogue. It's like, yes, we've mentioned the word secret like 80 times. And also it's in red. Yes, we know. Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really. Bit by bit, crept up on me. Then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Krita ended up dead.
But how'd you get the scar in your eye? It looks like you fought a bear. Let me tell you something. I'm like Adrian. I don't depend on anybody. I just depend on this alcohol. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts for me. What's off for me? Matt Engard.
You fucker.
Ah, that'd leave you speechless. What a shame. He's like slowly turning more and more into Solid Snake. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Carita. I mean, technically he didn't. He technically didn't kill him, so it makes sense that it didn't set it off, you know what I mean? Answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey, now I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Carita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Grr. I love when Phoenix says grr. Ah, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Aw, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You know what I mean. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire... What? I think I would give it all my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone lists a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Also something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turn out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Wow, what a twist. Maya, what am I supposed to do? I'm assuming this is Mia. And now you finally found it. Oh shit, it's Edgeworth. That's awkward. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right? What are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy?
No, we can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What? What should I do? I don't fucking know. That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. That is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. Felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. It's a guy who prosecutes. I don't know what's so complicated there, buddy. And now, right, is your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer. And you must find it on your own. Okay. This bitch is so fucking cryptic sometimes. Like, no wonder why he faked his death for a whole ass year. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Man in guard, that man is really... Ugh. Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. That is true. That is fair. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense, but what exactly is that? Maybe I'm supposed to, like... Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? I'm wrong that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get in guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought, wow, isn't it cool that Mia saved me from my ex-girlfriend who was actually her twin sister who tried to kill me? That's crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, she tried to frame me for murder. Anyway. Oh shit, is that the next game? Did I just give, like, is that the next game? I can't remember if that's the next game, isn't it? No. Is it? I thought it was an Apollo. Maybe. I don't know anymore. Anyway. thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain, like me, when my ex-girlfriend, who was her twin sister, tried to frame me for murder. But look at this mess we're in. Can't even protect the person closest to me. If I win the case, I still lose in the end. Just don't know what to do. Well, just kill him yourself. I feel like that's pretty easy. Right, would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We're some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? Okay, yeah, go ahead. So...
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. Only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you had to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. Can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? No. Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. Oh my god, having a lover's spat. No. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Next to you, when you seal off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? Then why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I think that you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you'll be powerless to change the ending of the story. Do I like just trust him that he'll get the guilty verdict? But wait, how am I gonna find my... I don't know. I have no idea.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
Beep. What voice did I get this guy? Sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney. Do you wager you can obtain an acquittal for tomorrow? My, what does the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing for that cold-blooded killer? Right. You're talking about the fucking assassin. What do you mean? Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer as himself. I believe you two asking for me a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah? What do I have to call my aftercare? What the heck is aftercare? Oh shit, I almost spilled my water. Yeah, what is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations and is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time. My client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is De Killer. Shelly De Killer. You're Shelly De Killer? Yes, I'm Shelly De Killer. Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a De Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. You failed to keep up your end of the bargain? But Maya, it will be my duty as an assassin to see it that she receives a nice long nap.
Nah, no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Meow! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Hmm? Do you hear that at the end of that transmission? Meow. Well, don't we already know where he lives? I feel like they should not have given away, like who it was. I don't know. Huh? Oh, that sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat, can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer's holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units headed for On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright. You hurry over there as well, then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
How do I get there? How do I get there? I don't remember. Living room. I did it. Maya!
Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
As Eric completely surrounded, there's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it, that butler. All this time he was the killer. He and Gar were working together all this time. Sure they had worked out. Contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. There are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Krita? Would something like this be here? There were secret lovers. Alright, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, anxious for shoe.
Looking at this, came for that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. I so bad I would get a CG of them both kicking the door down. That would have been awesome. Ah, there's no one here. Most of this room, I would say, this is Engar's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antennae for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. There's a tape. It would be an important piece of evidence. I forgot they used to call them decks. That's crazy. If we're lucky, we'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. Sorry, but tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It's like someone that took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Maya, why couldn't you use this to help you, you idiot?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. You idiot. VCR antenna, the first of the time scene was beamed here and recorded on tape.
Only we had that tape. Would have been really helpful.
What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Dick. Maybe like 5 or 6. There's a little door for shoe on this big door.
I'm sure Maya used the store to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Oh god, I have no fucking idea. The huge television speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die for Happy Samurai fan if I would die Happy Samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. Yeah, a little insensitive, huh, buddy? Search all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. The little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Isn't that the lady? This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impacts, you mean?
Yeah, Mr. Akita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Engar's mansion?
I don't know. Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Is like maybe Mr. Shelley the Killer, like his daughter is his daughter? But she said like that the guy was like mixed up with all kinds of people, like bad people.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
What's so special about the picture frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What? Thought you'd come, I knew you would.
Now listen up.
You better get Enguard a guilty sentence, okay?
If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever.
I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. So for now, Nick, I skipped the dialogue by accident.
That's No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What the fuck did you just do? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. There's the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And was that? Miss Andrews' psych lock. I could just find out what secret she's holding, and I think I can stand a chance in court tomorrow. The Brodish case wide open, expose your truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Oh, I don't like seeing her cry. She's so cute, but her forehead is also so big. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews? I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? What the fuck are you talking about? I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Okay. Let's do this, gamers. Surely I won't lose health this time. Surely. Surely not. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Enguard for the murder? I already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Enguard here. Miss Andrews. You may think I didn't hear you, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking out my revenge on Matt, and that's why? Oh, what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews. Who does by depending on other people? There is something or someone in her past to make her have revenge. Yes, of course. We all know who it is. Only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that is Ms. Impacts' suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. Top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet, but for you to hate Mr. Enguard, it would mean that he must have done some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Explain to me what this relationship between Celeste and Matt is? I actually have no freaking idea. Oh. Oh, he gave it to her! What is... I'm so lost now, I think. This is a photo Miss Impact's, correct? Looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where'd you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. Found this at Mr. Engar's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Oh my god, they were lesbians. That's crazy. Ooh, I'm gonna have full health for the trial. Ooh. Celeste, she's supposed to get married to Juan. Yeah, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Kia didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
But because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean?
I can see where this is going. Nah, yeah! Of course! Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. Working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. That's why love, Celeste, is right on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they?
Wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toy with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste and Her Highness moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him. Even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. So confused. That's why I framed Matt. It was to get revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm so confused. What do you mean? Yeah, of course, but like... I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called off the writing, right? Yeah, but like just in case, could you like, you know, in case Pearls doesn't get it, can you say it? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Krita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
Probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Impacts.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and... so that she'd never be hurt by Matt again, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would you do that?
Simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Any case, with his pride hurt, Juan saw it. Juan saw she's suddenly Canadian. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note at a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. Just so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it's only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation. Or with what I know now. Dun dun dun! I'm gonna get some iced tea really fast. Ba 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 ba. Ba-da-da. Ba 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 ba. How'd I get into this mess? It's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Wow, just like Ace Attorney Apollo. Wow. A premonition of the future. Had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written. Oh shit, today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. This sucks. Yellow? Is this Phoenix Wright? You don't look so well, dude. Gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Wait, it actually works? Where did you get that? They don't allow alcohol in the courthouse. You please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me, your precious friend's life is writing today's verdict too. Grr. Now listen up. You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? Get that creepy slime bag and not guilty. I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Oh, shit. Mia. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia. What? What am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's a cursed unguard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team while we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then use some sort of lead. Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. We're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Till the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down. We're going to do everything we can to find the killer. We can't get Maya out, then we can get and got the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Make the trial last longer. You go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you's pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. Yeah, you love us, yes, you're in sync, you know. Believe in us, we're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. Phoenix is me, Mia. You understand now, don't you? You have something will never be able to buy. Friendship. The strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in you have it in oh my god. What is this, fucking Naruto?
My friends make me stronger.
Yeah. It's like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Do you know it though? Hold on, I'm gonna for realsies get something to drink. I'm all out of water, and like, talking makes my mouth dry, obviously. I mean, if you've ever talked before, you know what I'm talking about. Get it? Sorry. I'll be right back. Ow. I want lava cake from Domino's now. If I just order that, you think they'll think I'm weird? like no matter what I do. My room's always 80 degrees. Also, I only ever commented on the dream thing. I'm very sorry. I hate nightmares. Well, I like my nightmares, but I don't like my stress dreams, which I guess are nightmares. Alright, time to get to the voice acting and stuff. God is now in session for the trial. Hold on, my wait. For the trial of Matt and God. More like, I already made this joke, but more like, on God, I want this trial to be fucking over. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Well, no need to be a bitch, Edward. Anyway, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. What I'm sure you remember, the mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? I don't know. Miss Edward, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. True? I would like to direct the court's attention to— oh wait, maybe that's what Edgeworth meant. Like, he's like, oh, we can only lawyer. We can be lawyers and take our lawyery time. That way, Gumshoe has time to figure it out. This iced tea tastes fucking awful, by the way. Like, I somehow managed to forget, like, the time that I drank it from yesterday to today, that it does not taste very good. What is that? It looks like a shell. It's the calling card of a certain assassin. The assassin, you say? Does he have a career? Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, is so to speak, is Matt Ungard. Well, what a surprising turn of events. What the fuck? How would things become commonplace by now, Your Honor? I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edward has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can. It's me, Mia. God, I wish she wasn't in that body. Listen until Maya's safe and sound. Wonder how the trial will turn out today. Well, I hope. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now the witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. Poor, underpaid action star. And what's your relation to the defendant? Well, that's... guess I'm sort of allowed as a mentor to him, in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. You're very handsome. Well, I take that back, actually. Oh, well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Oh, okay. Sure. The award ceremony? Yeah. Went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room. still standing in his nickel samurai costume. Was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. Watched two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I guessed me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. So true.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony.
Talking to the bellboy is no big deal. One assumes the person Mr. Gar was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying? Was he what we call a quote-unquote bellboy? Or a visitor? A nightly visitor, as they're also known? Is this a different kind of hotel that we assumed? One of those love hotels you youngins are always going on about.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? So we're in another sticky situation. Huh? Trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But first, to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Of course. I don't know how to do anything else, so yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Man, you didn't tell me that. We're gonna press every damn statement, just like usual.
The defendant's room. Why'd you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor. Like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright.
What is it?
You gonna try to trick me to a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time?
Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. So sorry.
So, you went to the defendant's room and then?
Wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn to the bad guy here?
Are you sure that was Matt in guard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He was wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
At first, what do you mean by that?
Well, who's in a—
oh my god, that's him! It's the killer!
I'm so good at this game. Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on the tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
Guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
No, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, give the bellboy a tip. That's a tip, but that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
What? So how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So who are these guests you're talking about?
I don't know, Phoenix. Who could they possibly be? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude, since I invited you guys, if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
It's like squeezing water from a stone is probably pointless to press further.
During this incident, did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. I was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone very long.
Oh, okay. For a while. I don't know how like the time of them works out. I'm so confused. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. My sister and the info in there. In case from his story, probably wasn't gone for very long. What do I have here exactly? I like looking at the character profiles sometimes. Like how everything's been shaded and drawn. Yeah, I have no freaking idea. I don't know. I don't know. I guess he was. How long after the ceremony? I guess it wasn't that much short after. I don't know. Oh, maybe I do now. Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated. You know, I did feel something was weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
I don't fucking know. Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
Me about the bellboy, right?
Alright. Man gave the bellboy a tip. Gave the bellboy a tip? What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor petty pitcher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? Something even more surprising happened. The boy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. Really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all. I feel like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about.
The face.
What's so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, it was not like a boy, more like a old gramps.
Ahem, I do. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches.
A line of stitches?
Yeah, no, it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Ah! He was there, at Engar's house. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Engar was talking with the killer, then. That fact would be exposed. Engar would be declared guilty in a blink.
Phoenix, you have to pretend. You have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything.
Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you say, Your Honor? Oh, sorry, whoops. Wasn't paying attention. You know me, I'm just a little quirky like that. It's a quirky little guy. Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. I know you have the brain capacity of a squirrel. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
Do I press it again and ask about the tip then?
The tip. Ben is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure. Giving that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much?
Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
To give the bellboy a really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
Just getting to look awfully suspicious of us. Raise an objection. Ben is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people like him. It's typically fair for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? I could receive a large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays. Then why on earth would I be standing around prosecuting? It's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Yeah. Payment? I knew it! He was a lady of the night! Oh shit, I hit the button by accident. Isn't obvious, the witness, the bellboy, the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor?
I don't know, you fucking ran away a year ago and pretended you died. I don't know anything about you anymore.
I have here the card of Shelley to kill at the scene of the crime.
Shelley, the killer?
He's this person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured it out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
Why? Mr. Powers, please testify. Show us what you saw. I mean, tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir, right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now to think about it, the bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah. So he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done, there is still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. That bellboy really was the assassin. And I think that the answer is fairly obvious.
That'd be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Red, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha! Ha ha. This is no laughing matter. Alright, time to press everything. That was so weird we had to press that statement like 3 times. That was really weird. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came right back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. Thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all.
We see well. He had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of?
The victim's room, huh?
Yup. The one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. This Juan's room, alright.
Words can't describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Right. Why the insipid grin?
Because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? I let Mr. Powers test my slide or try to pull a fast one? Sure. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
There really is.
There really isn't.
You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. What about their finished delivering stuff? What do you mean? I disagree. I simply have to disagree with you on that one. Your Honor, I asked that the witness's previous statement be supplemented with this new one. Supplanted with this new one.
Grr, Edgeworth.
Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see.
Oh, I forgot we were supposed to not make him look suspicious. My bad.
I I see very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Please.
Yes, sir.
Did I miss that statement? Please don't be so quick to judge.
But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess the thief and assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it'd be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but can't give in yet. We want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. You're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks in this one. You got it, Mia. I love doing cheap tricks. Haha. It's like a 10-minute window. I think that's pretty like a long amount of time. I can't remember what statements I pressed already. I'm sure I pressed all of them, but there should have been a new one after that other one. Sure it was the same bellboy. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. He just drops something off. I don't understand what the difficulty is to comprehend that. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah. I think we can dodge this bullet for now. Proof, huh? It's another drop of the court record. Yeah, I guess so. We have the juice that was served. I just don't know. That's like my best guess, right? I don't know. Pretty bad for us, but he really has me now, yes, but he gave me a... I'll let you check on this one. What do I have? Why am I so tired? I'm thinking, the only thing I can really think of is like the tomato juice during this part, but other than that, I don't really have any ideas. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been a killer,
Got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball bat has stitches. Oh, you got him now, Phoenix. That'll convince him. You're saying all baseball are suspicious because they have stitches? What the fuck are you talking about, Phoenix? Not like they're like an alive creature. What the fuck? Two of them are. What the fuck did I just say? There's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Creator's body. Liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on the top left of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see that there's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Oh, he just brought this to Mr. Creator's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Exactly. I don't know exactly. I just don't know why it was a big deal. Like, people can drop stuff off. That's why I'm like, what? But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left the dead body in the room. Nah. But can you prove that Mr. Creator was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Goodness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? Boy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. Probably something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Huh? Wait. Oh boy. He was wearing gloves. Gloves? That still is like not weird. Also, people wear gloves. Yeah, pitch black leather ones. Oh, well, that's a little... All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Oh shit. Yeah, that's right. No, that's right. Black leather gloves reminds me of my days in the bars. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what do we have? Gloves. A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying that all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? These are horrible analogies. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. That's when even someone like myself can believe that was just another bellboy. Seems we finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. Gave something to the person inside the room. And the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. Some accident? I say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright? Cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. And we're gonna press. That you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? Maybe poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stop from stupid spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, I threw out my bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky way. Am I okay? I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
Hold it!
Hold on, I have to wake myself up. What the fuck? I'm like passing out.
I said hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person?
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
It's an incredibly crucial piece of information.
Please try to remember what it was. I'll try.
Meantime, let's talk about another point, namely what the bellboy did next.
Oh, so after he gave the person side of the room the thing...
Where'd this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do. Do I? Anything suspicious, any strange suspicious, or just out of ordinary at the time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? Saw something else?
There's this little jittery alien with a ray gun. It's watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about the alien. Oh, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as the first. A little untroublesome, isn't it? I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. I feel like they told me to press again for everything, but I don't know. I don't know. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me, I was spying. Spy like, huh? Oh wait, I meant to press this statement again. Oh wait, I have one that doesn't. I need the quest. Shit, no. There was one that I questioned before I had the question again to get the other question thingy, right? Which statement was it? But we'll go with the elephant string guards. Oh my god, I forget which one I pressed before. Okay, I did that one. Maybe it's this one. Hold it. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yes, I did something. Now I'm doing person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm? Don't worry. So one guy... I was gonna make a joke about like the song hand clap, but I couldn't think of it fast enough. You're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I'd like to summarize the testimony up to this point if you don't mind. The bellboy left this crime scene. He immediately went to the defendant's room.
There, he had handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. For the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edwards, is all that really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Oh, it probably wasn't the case, right? They thought that the suicide note, I think, was in that case, and maybe that's true. Yeah, because the suicide note had all the stuff that and guard had done, right? Remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, wooden statue. Okay. A statue. Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? It's like, for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. I'm going to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Okay, so I think I have to go... do I have it on hand? This? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I'm feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, you have something to say? Please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, that's something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something? Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt and Guard's mansion. At the defendant's house? No, his mansion. Bigger than a house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. So the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found in Mr. Ngar's mansion would be in... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ngard is Dark the killer's client. I feel like I'm so lost. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah... Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured out the bear would come up. Not now, then it would have later on. If you hadn't shown it to court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. Oh, so if I presented the wrong thing, he would have presented it for me, maybe? I think it's clear there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something before it looks. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points that left we have not fully explored. We're trying to pull. Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I don't know. I'm curious about the bear itself. Because it looks sussy. I really want to know what the bear. It's really obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. Yeah, like, why does it look like a Five Nights at Freddy's character? The bear, Mr. Wright? Found it in Mr. Ngard's mansion. However, Mr. Ngard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Matt Ngard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time waits for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Whew. Disaster averted. You haven't got the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? Remember clear as day. Or what you must have uttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. This area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. The butler also was the killer. The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard mansion as his butler. Oh, what a bold move! Spirit figure was brought back to Engard mansion by the killer himself. Looked like he was about to be arrested. Engard had him do so. Assuming because it would have been bad for the police. Would have been bad had the police found. Oh shit! Oh my god. Would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Ray, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? I'd try. I have to find something else. Well, you do now, Mr. Wright. Do you plan to? I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. Oh, what? There's still another one? Yes. There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I already did the bear itself. Is there actually a wrong option here? Because, it brings up the health bar, but I picked 2 options now and I haven't lost health. So I just don't know if that's true. Now's the identity of the person who received the bear. Give something to the person inside the room. Sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. We can't be sure of... Ah! Oh, what is it, Mr. Powers? Question like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually... So, I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm was Nicholas Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nicholas Samurai. I like his suit. Order! Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again, Mr. Wright, you dumbass. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nicholas Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Engard is the Nicholas Samurai. Yeah, but don't we also know that someone else wore his costume? Wait, but like... Oh god, wait, oh wait, no, it is him. I forgot. I'm like, oh, but it couldn't be him, because why was there an extra costume in, Mr. Corrida's room? And I realized, wait, we do know for a fact that it is our client. I forgot about that part. Thanks to the fence, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figure was at the defendant's mansion. As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright did not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it turned out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Of course we're gonna raise an objection. Who do you think we are? There's only one way for me to drag this. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these two responses to believe my client... No, these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Oh my gosh. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Number two, that very same figurine was found in Guard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer. This is a real client. Oh my god, I cannot read. The real client. Yes. So is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? But the thing is, this is hard because I know that it is him, right? So lost and confused and dazed and confused. Oh god, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose health. I finally have been doing so good on a trial. Who would say is the killer's real client, therefore the real murderer? I don't know. Can I put it on, the first thing I think it would be to put it on, Adrian. Maybe I could pin it on him, it's himself, but that's weird. Sorry, Adrian. Adrian Andrews. Yes, we know that she tried to frame Matt and Gar for the crime. Wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah. Then... nickel samurai arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. Could have very well been most people, actually. But what about Mr. Engard? You would please recall yesterday's testimony. Bennett was taking a nap during the break period. I wish that was me for real right now. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion? A well-laid trap set by Ms. Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the number of flaws in the defendant's logic. Yeah. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. This trial, come on, can anyone tell Engard did it? I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin that it goes on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order! All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor? For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game? Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. Did the killer sit especially running? Hold on, I'm gonna do some jumping jacks. Especially bring. Oh my god, I literally just keep nodding off. That's crazy. Listen, guys. It's a chemical in your body. You have to get it out. And the best way to do that is by exercising. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so tired. Probably because I didn't sleep in very late, like I usually do. Why do you ask? Is something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Quite simply, Your Honor, Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. I wish I could get a 10-minute recess. This fucker. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on to Adrian. Bro, get that you're gonna get fucking held in contempt of court or something. I don't know what. You can't have the alcohol in here. I swear this demon will pay. Yeah, he better pay with money. Come on.
Mr. Nick.
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power. Maya?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe. Oh god, the music, it's getting intense. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Figure out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. We just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I'm only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent. Oh, okay. I see. Mia! It's like Maya was unconscious just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. Oh, couldn't have guessed that one. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? It's only one, pal. The very big circus. What do you mean? Is there a circus in town? Bitch, you just did a fucking crime solve for them. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on the map about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? I see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? Sorry, but it's a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Look, it was in an old office building, maybe on the 3rd floor or so. I heard her in an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just wait a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Oh, thank God she's a spirit medium, or else this would be going horribly. Good luck. Call you later. Don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Oh, you can starve for a... You know, you don't have to eat. I think it's for, like, what? Like, 20 days or something-ish like that. You can survive for 20 days. But water, you can only survive, like, 3. So, I mean, as long as she's getting water, should be good food-wise. I mean, she's gonna just have to buckle up. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? I'm always alright. It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I have to make this trial last a little longer. Bow, bow. So I'm back here once again. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today as to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before. That's right, it's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court as to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why is she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. Oh wow, I couldn't guess that. You knew the correct order. It can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. For this complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. Fair enough. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving. Oh my gosh. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot you. Maybe in your cross-examination, Mr. Right? Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. I can hardly bear it. Hold it! Puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough, to people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. I guessed that it was a puzzle. What do you mean? So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you take it apart. How would one go about doing that? Well, knowing the order, idiot. I just said that. Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. Boy and whose new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. He's solving it? He's got it? Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. Me with Rubik's Cubes. I don't know why I'm like incapable of I don't think I've ever solved a Rubik's Cube in my entire life. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I bought it. So I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Ms. Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It's a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? then of course it means Mr. and Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. We're gonna update it in the court record. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bears actually the jewelry box. Wow! Thank you! You know, I didn't know we had established that. That's crazy. Now we've agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? It is the next logical question, to be fair. What's inside? That's right. We're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Painful silence hang over the courtroom. All eyes are Miss Andrews now. She solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Quick. I opened it. This is what you wanted? Ooh. Well, what is that? Looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's gotta be the suicide note, right? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? Yes, the suicide note. Suicide note left by Juan Carrido's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just we suspected it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carrido himself. Seems Celeste Impacts had a very beautiful handwriting. She just as beautiful signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Did we, like, fact-check that? Did we, like, cross-check that? Are we sure about that? What? Witness, do you know anything about this? Yes, I did hear... I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything was going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. Oh my gosh. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it. For her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Impacts left to us record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard, about being engaged to Krita and Engard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided her despair to end it all. I thought we would get to read the actual note. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes? On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. As a post-ceremony show, he's going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Oh my god! Engard felt that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. The worst part is that it's true. He did do that. Terrible, a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly was the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's house. Well, yeah, I mean, you're making points. Seems we have come to the truth at last. Defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to keep stalling. Let's just start singing. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. But how? It's like that one episode of the movie, the SpongeBob movie, where she keeps like breaking in and saying stuff to stall. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. So maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. Gal's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note, the figurine. Which of these should I pursue? Fuck. Okay. Suicide note. I mean, the suicide note's in the figurine, so like, if we're talking about the figurine, we could probably stall for more time. And then also it could be that the figurine wasn't put there by him, even though I'm pretty sure it was. You know, I still believe that my client's 100% guilty. I don't know. Suicide note. Say suicide note. Can we bring out like what he did, or? I'm gonna go with the figurine though. I'm gonna go with the figurine. Hopefully it's right. Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's so going at it. It's like he doesn't care. He's trying to get the killer off the hook. What a cringe, Lord. Cringe. He doesn't conduct this with him from the crime scene after murdering Kurita. Request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. the Killer's client was Matt and Guard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. Can't tell just by looking at this bear. Can't tell by just looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. Chances that Matt and Guard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. Guard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well in this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes quite differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Haha. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. Oh no. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. So, spying? What the? Oh, that spy camera was in my possession. Matt and Guard and the victim both thought the other as their biggest rival. They went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And victim Kurita was being spied on. Personal life was being watched by none other than Matt and Guard. Order, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, about that. Sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gum shoes, bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Wait, doesn't make any well, okay, no, I guess it makes sense that he was recording as a save. I thought that maybe the killer had put them there, but I guess it makes sense that Matt had. Matt and God's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. Don't have anything to counter that. Or do I? Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shh, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next year? Wait, what? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next year? What I'm going to do next? Was running away like a frightened child work? Oh, did she say next or next year? Did I add year by accident? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he should really investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Usually that means... I don't know. Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. No, we don't. I don't understand anything. Well, Miss Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What's this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is? Well, I have to do it. I can't not object. I have an objection, Your Honor. That's about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor! Defense has no intention of letting things go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should explain about this piece of evidence. I have literally no idea, not even like the slightest of ideas. You really should examine this piece of evidence. I don't even know what was asking me at this point. Them about this piece of evidence because it can't be I have no idea. I don't know. I really do not know. I haven't lost any health yet, so I feel like we're doing pretty okay. Mm. You know, there's like an option to, like, buy the soundtrack on Steam. I was trying to find the Apollo series on Steam, which they don't have it, but they have the soundtrack. And I was like, does anyone actually buy soundtracks on Steam? You can just listen for free. I don't know. What else did I say? Something you just examine about this piece of evidence. These are like all things that will like prove my client guilty though. So I just don't know. Like this will for sure. This only helps me at all. This will. This is sussy. Everything just like I feel like points to my client. Okay, what have we not brought up yet? Don't need that. We have brought up that. I think we may have brought this up already. That. This. I think we have picture taken in the hallway. Card. Something I could think about would be either this, or these two. Right? I don't think I presented this stuff yet. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I might have. Who knows? I don't. It's not a person, because he says evidence. 'Cause, 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 'cause What? I feel like everything here is very incriminating towards my client. Oh, this one's broken though, right? If we already did this. I just realized something. But I didn't. I was actually just me in a state of dreams somehow. God, this is why it takes me so long to do these stupid games. That and I keep falling asleep right now. Okay. Well, this was in it, so maybe because only Juan, Carita, and Andrews could open this. Maybe that's why it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. I don't know, but it tells Engar's horrible deeds, which is like my client. I feel like this is just not a good, not a good way of doing this, in my opinion. That is Ms. Impact's suicide note, right? Well, who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Oh, I mean, it's still not probably the case because he did kill somebody, but you know what? We can hope. So whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that is yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you know who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create the fake suicide note? Put it into this bear. Oh, okay. I didn't even consider that. How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. If this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? All the witness's testimony during concerning this figure. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Ms. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote so you could use it to frame Matt and Guard. I did no such thing. Right. I'm going to pronounce this suicide note as fake and show this court some evidence to support your theory. Which, Edward, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Yeah, this is not how courts work. What? That's enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? This defense has stated the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. Holy shit. I'm like determined to finish this because I'm so close to the end. I feel so bad that this recording is like totally scuffed because oh my gosh. It's so wild. Anyway, if that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict's impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. Just going to carry this trial over one more day. Oh shit, why am I talking in... I read this judge. Oh my god, that's so funny. I think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting Alice my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Guards, guilty. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. Oh my god, Gumshoe! He's coming through! Oh, what is that sound? It's Gumshoe! Hello? Gumshoe! What's with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? Sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. And anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but two of them were already gone. Ah, shoot. I thought we would have her already. This is terrible. Keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But we don't. We haven't any more. Don't have any more. Guilty. 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 You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Right, I can't for us to come this far and... Oh. Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Why the fuck you answer a phone in court? It's so unprofessional.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy some more time. Court is in session. Sorry, Your Honor. You were saying...
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
The court is now adjourned for the day.
Oh shit, really? Oh. Oh my god, Edward is he's so cute. He's like so cute sometimes. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes for Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
Perform necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really attain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
Wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor, that's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. I mean, if the boyfriends both say it, what am I gonna do? Say no? That's homophobic. Prosecution request. This court will now take a 30-minute recess. But to be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure this is helping or hurting us.
Court will now take its final recess of the day.
Alright, I'm awake now, guys. Don't worry. Right? Well, what is going on with my situation? Killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? Can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? Got time to spit it out. Right, looks like we just missed them, sir. The killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. Few things? Use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask that, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Items like that are usually some of the crime lab first. No time to wait for those guys, sir. But those guys weren't looking. I swept the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not the type to anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Oh my god, he's so cool.
Sounds bad. I hope he didn't get in too much trouble over this. My Hunker Jug card. Say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Oh, alright, just here in one piece. I'm on a mission. No one can stop me now, sir. No one. I love him. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Animals left by the murderer, huh? Yeah, there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What the fuck? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
Did he just fucking die? What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? He got hurry and called for help. No idea where he is. Cell phone was broken and wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possessions of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find where he is, we can stand a chance. I know how! I know how! I know how! Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Yes, there is a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? Sure, we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Do I have it? Do I use this radio receiver to tap in? He's got the little thing on him. Okay. I thought we had like the actual device that she uses, but I was wrong about that, so I'm gonna have to say it's this thing. Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. Guess this won't work. Oh shit. So that's me. I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes too high. I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't want Mary to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent, using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. This is someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. Oh, I just realized that Miss Von Karma has it. I should have probably been like, let's go visit her in the hospital. I feel a little silly now. It'll be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. I finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. I know what it is I must do. Oh my god, you think I can fucking finish this in 3 hours? Because on god. Maybe if I don't fall asleep 5 times, maybe I will. What the fuck? I feel like there's some kind of bug in my house. It didn't sound like it was outside though. That's why I was confused. My door's closed. It sounded like it was behind me, but my door's closed. Wait, I didn't do what I had to do, did I? Did I fuck it up? It wouldn't let me continue, right, if I fucked it up? How do I... Okay. I guess we'll keep going and see. Cool, but now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this, but why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Something unexpected happened to him. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, you could please have the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor, unfortunately. We have discovered this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impacts herself. It is a fake. Both sides are not ready. I'm not ready. He's not ready. Edgeworth's not ready. You know, no one's ready here.
Order, Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? This was not written by Miss Impact, so who wrote it? We would need more time to do more detailed analysis, however. Here's the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, well. It looks like Miss Impacts never left the suicide note after all. Wait, so it was all like him trying to like get rid of that guy? Like it was all like an elaborate plan? Like he was like, oh shit, she died, now I'm gonna try to get revenge on him, maybe? However, Your Honor, even though a suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Guard could not have known that, and so that facts, it should be those facts. So those facts remain unchanged. Acting on the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. That on guard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Does it? Does it? Sure. Defense believes that the theory the prosecution stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, it's possible for Miss Guard to not have known that it was a fake. Oh my god. Everything that this time is true. It's possible for not to know it's been a fake. Also, did I fuck up? I'm really confused. Was I not? I didn't get to Gumshoe. Look, the note was before that, right? Let's see. Let's work it out. Okay. So, only Mr. Krita and Andrews could open this. And the suicide note was in there. So, obviously, one of them had to put it. How would he know? Like, the camera was watching him, but I don't know if he had written it like before that. You know what I mean? I don't know. How long has he had that bear? Wait. Well, he knew, because he knew it was in the bear, right? That's why he took it. But, like, when did the guy write the note? Wouldn't... It's the only thing I could think of. It doesn't make any sense, though. There's so many. I'm just thinking of like all these theories in my head because, right, you have that, but like, was Andrews working with Karita to like frame him for something, and so they were like plotting together to do that? That doesn't make any sense.
It has to be this for sure, because I don't know what else it could possibly be. I don't know how. I have no idea how.
What is this little item card again?
A video camera, Your Honor? Like a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right. Oh, you kids, your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier, you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note. He was spying on the victim, isn't that right? Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense, Phoenix. He could have just been putting the note in the bear. This is a bad argument. If that were true, this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Has it? Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Koreeda 24 hours a day. Exactly! Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of, or at a different time of day. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Oh yeah, now it's acting like a real court, of course. Those singular times they actually like do court the way it's supposed to be done.
Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it's you who has dug his own grave.
As if I figured.
As you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? The prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence. They must prove it from another angle. What other angle could there be?
Well, I agree with you there. I suddenly became Southern for a second.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edward stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Usual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
So this is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of, who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? It's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness?
It's,
Yes, go on, who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. Boy, wait, Shelley the Killer? Oh my god. You mean the killer? I mean you the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here. To the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Left us what? Oh wait, I didn't intone that right. No, miss, your name and your, occupation, please? Oh my god, stop, stop, stop. That's so funny. Stop, that's actually so funny. No shot. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you wear so common? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
And just please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelly the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya. Maya! A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? I sure fucking can. The fence has no objection to this person. You're satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly the Killer. It looks like we've run to yet another unexpected turn of events. Why is he testifying now, though? Doesn't he want, like, an acquittal? I'm so confused. Did someone else hire him? Fuck, what's her name? I'm forgetting her name. Andrews. Did she hire him because she wanted to get revenge on Corrida and then pin it on... I'm like forgetting their names, that's why it's taking me so long to fucking say this. And guard, like, so that way she could get revenge on both of them. But like, I feel like she would have had more psych locks, right? I feel like she didn't do that. I don't know. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is that correct? It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Gulp. Now we answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. It's all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, just a bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What's he going to say? I really have no fucking idea, Phoenix, to be completely honest with you. I don't know what the fuck's happening anymore. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While I may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. No. So we know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. What the hell is happening? Anything you have to say later. Can you please tell us about your clients? Oh, we understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears there's one way you can't badger, Mr. Wright. Well, I'm sure gonna fucking do it anyway. As long as you don't want my situation. Hold it! Just between you and your client. For my service in a very fast and efficient manner. Stained, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. Too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That is why you're testifying in this manner? It's the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It's never happened before, but if it ever did, yes. The person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly... that's enough, please, no more. Very well, it's only a hypothetical anyway. Hold it. Seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? Gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? He's like, this guy is like one of my favorite characters. Obviously, he's like the top like 20, I think. Excuse me, would you care to die? Ah, no, I didn't say anything. Judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. Still have a few things to say before I do. Maniacal. Not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. Don't really care about this extra fluff, just tell me the name. Just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close, so we're gonna have to work to get him to talk. I'm not a therapist, you know. I'm not Athena. Let me just look at my evidence really fast. Anything here would be like, hey, he broke your trust, I guess? I wonder if... I don't know. I have no idea. Never mind. I was gonna think about like the first suicide and like how maybe the person who did that, like ordered that, like, I don't know. But that really didn't make a lot of sense. Okay, do I have to press him twice like last time? Like what? I feel like the last case in every Phoenix Wright game, they're just like, oh yeah, here's all this new shit, by the way, just take it. You know, new music, new activities. Just between you and a client. Oh shit. Sorry, I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules? First your frame is another. It's the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with the client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? It just keeps getting better and better. You can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You made it crystal clear that you value trust overall. Else, I believe we are ready. Excellent. Now I am here today on this witness stand. Now that I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Would you agree? I do agree. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. You can't ask Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carida? That person's name is...
Adrian Andrews. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client. It is Adrian Andrews. What? Oh, he's lying. Is he lying? He's lying. He's lying? This can't be on the phone earlier. What's going on here? I guess that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name, perhaps Mr. Matt Engard? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you are the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Vanguard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help secure his acquittal. Because originally I was thinking that he was doing it because I was like, oh, this guy isn't the murderer, we should get him acquitted. But now I'm like, I don't know how I feel anymore. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah, but should we? Is this correct? Prosecutor failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we've heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. All this evidence, it is obvious to me. He definitely did it. Wait. He definitely didn't. And he like straight up admit to me that he did it. Right? I feel like that's a thing that happened here. Is innocent. Seems to cause you all a bit of confusion. Please continue our discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. When now, with the way this is going, Ungar will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Ed was right. The killer is lying, and Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? That's crazy. Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, that testimony just now was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. The testimony just now. You have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. Oh shit, I missed a text. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you, so. The knife and the button and the donning the nickel samurai costume and trying to pin it on him and being very sus, you know. That's. You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste impacts a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please. Help me. Yes. I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. Has to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya, or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Obviously, we're gonna request for the trial to continue. What, am I stupid? Phoenix. Can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer, I know, but the man in guard is a killer, a murderer, and also he's drinking in court. An equally terrible crime. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. Let Miss Andrews be convicted. I'm no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I had to face the fact that it is because of Edward that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Oh, hold on, I had to screenshot this for my friend Jester. You guys know. You guys know why. Oh, I can't do it. Hold on, I'll print screen it. Shit, okay, never mind. I guess I won't do that, just kidding. Yes, you do. Because you're gay. Well, you're bisexual. But Edgeworth is gay. Anyway. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. Hence request that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client for his testimony. Your job here is done. Not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Will it? Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Oh my god. I trust him. Oh, these fucking people really like play these games and they're like, oh my god. How could you ship them? It makes no sense. Like, okay, yeah, maybe, but they're like best friends. And also, Edgeworth never dates anybody canonically. Whereas Wright has not dated anyone canonically since his one girlfriend in college who accused him of murder, but also was her twin and also accused him of murder. She's very pretty, though. Has a verdict been reached? For that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you need from is the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Need me for? Well, actually, we'd like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures, is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client, however. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Creta was dead. Even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife in the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the fifth time now? Six? I don't know. I've lost count. We've been here for, it's been 2 days, but it feels like fucking 5 weeks. This time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said, nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then I suppose the lies in that oh-so beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. I haven't had my medication. Because we've been here for so fucking long. Makes two of us. What is it, Mr. Wright? If pressed him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end, but I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? You would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I was thinking, Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why'd you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why you just close your client? They're your client, are they not? Okay, so should I not press stuff? I'm like nervous now. I'm nervous, but all I know how to do is press questions. If I get a penalty here, I'll have to just figure it out. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had promised such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the butt and the knife? Yes, my business card. Oh, this card. So no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. Yo, where are he getting his business cards printed? Cause they need to talk to that person. Cause you know, this man be up to some shit. Discard everything to go and stab the deceased with a knife. Even hide my car from sight. That is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That's correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? In the very beginning? That's correct, from before my client visited the room. All my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Okay, that's it. That's the statement. Even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around with the scene of the crime is pretty risky, and why would someone who has requested murder go at the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it's probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Silly, that's not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind naturally. Well, business cards so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. If they say it's for revenge, someone else to uptake your fall? That's what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. That's all I have to say. That's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to stand again. Again, as a new plan to continue? I've yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like the new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose lies. That's true, however, you realize that will be very bad for a client, right? I'm so confused. The one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, so what statement was it that he, like, freaked out on? I think it was the one, I think it was this one, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Let me just check. Okay, it is that one. So, something that would show that she didn't know from the very beginning. Whoops. This game's so hard. I know she testified she didn't know. Trying to think what her testimony was because it was last week. I'm like thinking really hard. Okay. I think she didn't think he was dead. I remember what she said. She didn't think he was dead at first. Oh, because she thought that he had fainted originally. I'm literally like going through the game visually in my head, like for like the little cutscenes. Yeah. Okay, yeah. She thought he fainted and she got juice and she put the juice on the table and on the table it has her fingerprints. Easy. Easy, like that didn't take me like fucking like 7 minutes to decide. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. Put me on that attitude, bitch. When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor, filled with tomato juice for some fucking reason. The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? I feel like that's too advanced of a plan. That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. It also took me, but it did not take me 7 minutes. It took me like 30 seconds because I got a steel lock mind, unlike another attorney here. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? It isn't a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail. It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. Got him. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, that figures out what you're up to. We're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway. I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy more time. How much more time do I have to buy? Is the case over yet? Jesus Christ. Wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. Just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. I was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. Met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust in my memory, and I believe I've made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. Umiko, are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In case my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. The specific date and time? Guess why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had, and why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. What? That is not an answer I was expecting at all. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I'd like to retrieve that item for me. So you're talking about that bear puzzle. But it was in his house. What the... But that fucking... The figure was in his house. Hello? This idiot, this fool. But the figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He planned publicly to disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That's correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that big figurine was. See.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yeah, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because again, the bear was in his fucking house. Like, how did it get there? Also, isn't he like his fucking butler? Like, I'm not sure why, like, where this confusion is coming from. Oh, I guess we don't know who he looks like. Yes, we do. We did figure that out, too. Hold on. Whatever, either way, it was in his house, so it's important. This moment just now has made one thing clear, and that is... Client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? This piece of just went. Okay, never mind. So physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? Was that the brief pause? Question further. Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? Because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak with the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yeah! Yeah, sure! Of course! Mr. The Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. For what? Mistaken for what?
So you're saying that this client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. You see, it's just as I said. So lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
I'm confused. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to say those aren't important. Okay. Kind of Adrian Andrews, that is correct. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time round. To draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Alright, I'm gonna say that... Wait, which one was it that I did that on? This one? Oh wait, that was the second one I did. Repause. Press further. Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. I was a matter of principle. I've been why is that? I look in the eyes. No. Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't. Oh, yeah. Okay, wait. I feel a little goofy for that, actually. Yeah, I feel a little goofy now that he said that. Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It's only through talking with him face to face that I began to. Oh my god, 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 I got him, I got him, I got him. Let's fucking go. I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they're saying about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright was a testimony just. Yeah, it was really fucking important, actually. I heard what I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Not really. That's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. I saw him. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got him! Because Adrian Andrews sounds like a very masculine name. I was thinking that this entire time, too. It's so funny. Well, because Adrian can be a boy and a girl's name. I had to look down and make sure I pressed E. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? That is correct. Sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up, idiot, about her. So what is the issue? What did you just say now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one would have told you that she is a woman. Oh ho! Wait, that's a cute little distress thing. Going on in the court, Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. He has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Oh, ew, what the fuck? Ew, what the hell? Mr. Edwards, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? It really has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Luckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. So he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would all allow me to testify once more. I was going to spit out more lies. Very well, this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. This was for the murder of Juan Creta and 2 or 3 other small things. I saw the name in the letter. I thought my client to be a man. But you just said you don't take him by like... So he took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but... I think we're okay, like... We can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I'll throw, he'll counter it. That's what lawyering's all about, baby. It's about colluding with the other side. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. That's why I love Apollo and Clavier's interactions so much, because they do Like, Clavier, like, from the get-go is like, you know, I don't care about winning, I only care about the truth. Every other, like, prosecutor isn't like that, like, or is like a criminal. They're actually all criminals, technically, because they've committed crimes. But Clavier, he's like a little puppy. You know, he's like his little golden retriever he has. Anyway. Oh wait, should I not press shit? Say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Stop! Stop! Your behavior, your lawyers behave like 1% evidence of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that the killer met with his client? No. Nar? Nar? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see that your line of questioning was just a waste of time. First, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. With the fucking puns. I'm still gonna keep pressing. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more and more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities. Of which the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I've joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry, I despise the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is commonly referred to as an email. An email? Nope, still no idea what that is. The contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so he took his job without having met your client, and... two or three other things? Yes. And what were these other things? These are things that have nothing to do with this case. Should I do? Should I let him slide with that? No, it seems a little weird. What if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad? Well, if I lose health, I have full health, baby, for the first time this whole game. Who gives a fuck? Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yeah? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? But that's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. Should you turn out to be one, you'll be stabbed in the back. Oh, wait. Oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Yeah? Yeah? Whether I have health, who cares? But this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. It's really that important, I suppose. I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Krita's suitcase. And then, what do you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. He gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was all also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with a piece of testimony?
Probably. I don't know. The killer says he gave the figurine to Ms. Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. Yet I know that if I present something trivial here, it will cut the connection on his end. You want to make a strong point, Phoenix? You have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright?
Okay.
Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the mansion. Is that correct? Yes, where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
So Battle Blitz, I can't let up on him. Don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Well, he had it at his house. I know that he said that it was like... I guess she could have hidden it in her room until then. Could she have? Oh yeah, I guess no, that doesn't make sense because he could have just brought it to his house and left it there for funsies. Only her and him know how to open it. So, like, it wouldn't be good for her to have it there, because if he doesn't know how to open it, it doesn't really mean anything, right? But he also knows that no, it wasn't fake, so he doesn't need it, right? Theoretically, he knows the note isn't fake. So theoretically, he doesn't need it. Right? I think that makes sense. I have so much health, who gives a shit anymore, am I right, guys? Shelly the killer. You hadn't really given the bear to Miss Andrews. And this item should not have been inside it. This item? So where you're going? Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Ms. Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it. For her sake. Even for a single minute. This bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Well, I don't know about that. It might not have ever been in her hands, but okay, we'll go with it.
Order, so that's where you two are going.
Despite the fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Oh, true. I did say that.
Which means?
It means, Your Honor, it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh-ho! Order!
Mr. Phoenix, right. Hi. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, there's only one thing for me to do. Oh, wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end. I may stay my hand otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... Prosecution, What has come over everyone? What are you... Prosecution rests. What is going on around here? What the fuck is happening? Prosecution, no further questions, Your Honor. What? What? What the fuck is happening? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is the most unusual situation. Prosecution rests with no further questions, then... the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. That's the case, then, even though I am reluctant, I must believe that the killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley the killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. By on the trial here, right now, and your client, Madangar, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. And Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we'll now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt and God to the stand. The hymns from Dick Killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could. Looks like our time's run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Is it because I didn't do the right thing when they were like, oh, how are we gonna get Gumshoe here in time? Did I fuck up? Dude, the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha! So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On God? What does his lawyer have? Giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring grease cap? It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Where did you get that alcohol? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Absolutely fucking not. I'd rather let Maya die. Nah, I'm siding with the side of justice. Fuck Maya. She can come help me as a spirit, you know what I mean? Like, I got Pearl. But if I did that, Maya would die. Who gives a shit? Sandra will be charged as a murderer. They say he's guilty or not guilty. The choice to make someone's life is going to end. all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, and your client, Mr. Guard, is innocent.
I need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard, is guilty. Fuck that bitch.
Wait for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard is your client deserves your answer.
Oh my god. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt and guard is... Franziska von Karma.
What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. You bring them the final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma's perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's gumshoes. I can't spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for his ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. Fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside the filter, I'm so glad she showed up. I really was like, oh god, I fucked up. I really thought I fucked up. I was like, I have to go and redo this entire section of the trial. That would be so shitty. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to pen down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now will change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. It's true, you have to do that.
I suppose you are right. It would be against the law technically to not do that, so I guess you can. Whatever. As one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be considered by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. First item is a pistol. No? I don't think so. There's no health bar, so... Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We've yet to perform a ballistics oh my god. We have to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol you used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I had the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it'll be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. Probably not going to help us very much. Second piece of evidence is this videotape. But the killer took that from the in-guard mansion. Well, now that one Wait, I did the right thing right now, just right? The contents of that tape? Fortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It's like he was trying to recover it. Injured 3 of the officers at the site. Somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the killer is no ordinary man. Okay. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. An uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on the uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That's all I have to present, Your Honor. It's what I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. I guess that's true. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Montcalm. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? First, making guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. Unguard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way? Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. He says he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? What does she mean? You mean to turn things around? Oh my god, like a turnabout attorney. Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? Person who needs the evidence? Defense, prosecution, and judge, we have all seen the pieces of evidence. That's how we have come to know the truth. There's one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. Truth, and maybe what will bring about the miracle in the end. I'm confused.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. I'm gonna respectively sit back and listen, kids. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I don't fucking care, bitch. Saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. And you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. It's impossible. Turn the situation around in one try? Oh, why did they say it in that voice, lol? One try, that's all I will permit. Why? I'm suddenly Southern again. That's crazy. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking and guard it down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? Well, there can only be one person, right? Like, am I going crazy? Like, am I wrong in thinking that it... Like, it's him? Because we need him to either want him to get a guilty, which I do not think would be possible. He's a little wasted right now, you know? He's not really thinking straight. But this guy, he can break the contract. But I just don't know how. I assume it's like one of the 3 new pieces we got. I see. And now, tell us what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Oh, gee willikers. I don't know why it would be the tape, but I definitely don't think that it's the pistol and the uniform. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why the tape would do anything. Because he knows all the other, like, it's like a piece of evidence he doesn't know. And he doesn't know everything, but he's off the call, right? So he doesn't know the last 3 pieces. I just can't see a world where this gun would change anything or this uniform, but we don't know what's on the tape. Right? Like, this helps nobody. Like, ooh, buttons is missing. So what, he has the button? Doesn't matter. Gun? So what if it's his? They're not gonna trace him. But something about this tape... He went back for it. I don't know what's on it, but either it's, like, damning to him, where, like, he's gonna have to betray his client. I don't know what else would be on there, to be honest with you, but I can't imagine it being the other 2 items. There's nothing that comes to my mind. The tape is the most suspicious. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right. Looks like I managed to convince him.
Way past cool. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end of this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? But how's he gonna see the tape? Isn't it like a radio transceiver? How's he gonna see it exactly? Yes, one is all I need. I hear a videotape was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I didn't think so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. So do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client not to watch it. I have absolutely no idea. So yeah, actually, you are on this tape. That's right! Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense, That's right, because he filmed him. Oh, I didn't connect the two. I don't know why I thought his video setup was his video setup. Oh my god. Got it. Understandable, carry on. Me? I feel like I should have known that. I don't know why it's like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter, he was recorded, it's fine. There's a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was that planted that camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. Oh, that's right, because he was trying to blackmail him. I don't know why like these thoughts didn't come into my head until just now. Yes. Like he literally told us that. And like the first thought that came to my head was like, you should never blackmail an assassin. That's a bad idea. That's so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? Well, he told me he wanted blackmail on you. I would like to know why. Well, he told us he wanted blackmail on you. Well, remember when he told us he wanted blackmail on him? Reason why he did this is that is a whole ticket, my ticket out of this whole mess. One reason why your client would secretly film a crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. He told us that. He literally told us that, like, without, like, it just straight up words to our face told us that. Client once told me something very interesting. We're talking about you, and this is what they said. No weakling, I don't believe anyone. Least of all, assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. Wait to say to that, Shelly the Killer. Oh. Looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them. Protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, That client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Oh, so we are gonna scare him into just quitting. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. I see. That's all I want to know. Well, the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. That's how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. I guess. Alright. Actually, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client. What is it? Miss Von Kamm, what did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. Before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. And to say that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, a verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? I finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Guilty, 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 guilty. Man on guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Okay, you don't have to rhyme it. Me, my wonderful self, get guilty? If you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. Not that, you know, assassins can't get inside of a jail, but you know, we'll ignore that for now. You can't run away from your crime anymore. I always love when they go sicko mode. That's my favorite part about Ace Attorney. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. In 2 days! Usually this kind of trial would take like fucking 4 months, but we did it! And it fucking was awful and my brain hurts and I don't want to ever go for this again. Don't ever make me go for this again, I swear to God, you two. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth Howe was mad and God. I left Miss Von Kamm in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. I think that's still legal, but very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial. All I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. Witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. I'm gonna say you would choose death as of no concern to me. That was kind of fucked up, Edgeworth. Not gonna lie. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. Today, the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt. I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Wow. Yay. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about.
In fact, quite a fucking lot of things I'm confused about, to be honest, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. As all, this court is adjourned.
You okay out there, Phoenix? What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You've got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past it, all of that, to what's really important. You know, you now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yeah, I understand that now.
Phoenix, thinking back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Mr. Right, let's hear the defense, blah 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 blah.
I decided to kill Maya. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer was... Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. It means that my friends die. Got it. Right. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
But Pearls,
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
yeah, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick.
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
Hi. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time, after all, I was like that myself until a year ago. At Edgeworth. My own personal victories for guilty verdicts. I used every trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. Fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. Felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That's what you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. That was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? No matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, embracing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy, we claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach for that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory. Ran away into the night.
Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
Really let me down. He disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with. I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. With your huge fucking hands. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, made up my mind. Decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma?
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Wow, I hope she gets a therapist. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is electromagnetic receiver. Not the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe. I'll return this to the precinct later. Something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
Never set foot in another courtroom again. So that's what she's saying by this action. Should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya!
Missing Maya! Missing Maya!
I guess giant foreheads run in the family. Oh, Nick, I knew you'd come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. On top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know, I would never desert you. We've pressed our luck with this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. No, really, don't. I'm traumatized. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, so he made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Yeah, my girl's probably starving. Alright, I think it's time we get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick, food! Grub, chow, I'm starved. So hungry even you look like a nice guy. Like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
How about this, us, Mr. Edgeworth, please?
You insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! And Mr. Edgeworth is paying! Let's go! Oh my god. Hey pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Right too hard? You start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, the night's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you're the ones who saved that, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Oh my god, it's my ship, my ship, my ship, my ship. Oh, you really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I'm sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah. I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There's a 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But woo boy, I tell you, you really are something else.
Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull one with you, huh?
Haha, you think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared?
Yeah, I was really scary. I felt so hopeless.
So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had a rough gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Aw, that's too bad.
But, well, it's alright. Wasn't anything important anyway. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking up something. Ah, that's Miss Von Cum as a receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. It's his coat. The tracking device is in his coat. Wait, hold on. This seems a little sussy. Hello? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. Eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight, now if you'll excuse me. I told you guys. I told you, he's nice. He went on like a year-long retreat to find himself in the mountains or whatever. And now he's like a cool guy. And he's very nice. And they take him to outings and he's very awkward. I'm totally not projecting fanfics onto this situation. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. Anyone should be saying thanks. It should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Kiss him. What else I can give him to express how I feel? Kiss him. What would express how I feel? Oh, shit. What can I give him to, like, convince him that I love him? What can I give him to show him that I love him? Do I let him know that I'm into BDSM? We did talk about aftercare earlier. Yeah. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. It's only doing my job. Wait, that's not what I was trying to imply.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya.
Yes, Pearly?
Guess you two go back being lovey-dovey, right? You, Mr. Nick?
Girl, were you not there for me and the fucking Edgeworth dynamic? Like, you fucking... I mean, I guess she was Mia the whole time, to be fair, but like, I don't know.
Pearly, would you cut already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you needed to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
What? Why couldn't Edgeworth pay for it? Oh yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh?
Yeah, I got a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. Better be anyhow for $3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? Eh? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
No.
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Come on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. P good. P good game. The next game, I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. The next one has my favorite defense attorney from the Phoenix Wright series, so I'm very excited. Although I'm pronouncing his name wrong this entire time.
So happy you could save Mystic Maya, Nick. So happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Bro, my man's money is like gone. Gone. Yeah, my favorite, it's so funny, it's of course like the last game. I do love Franziska, of course. I love Edgeworth, but Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. Heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live life, pal. So I pronounced his name, I think got it the entirety of my life.
I'm Maggie Bird, and retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
I didn't know until college his name was Godot. Or like, I knew of waiting for Godot, but it never like registered in my head. Yes, I'm here to visit a patient. I'm Director Hottie. Oh. I hate this guy so fucking much. No, I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna fucking read it. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Oh god, I have to get up so early.
Time our quest of World Circus domination, sweetie. Let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey, Max. What do you think Zimbabwe's like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
Yeah, there are any talking bunnies even. They won't be laughing at Mo's jokes. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo girls represent. We got a new act. All worked out. Prepare for Hallelujah Chorus. I switched up their voices just now. It's embarrassing. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. That's okay. What's this drat? Is this an lecture, is it? Can't believe this. Really, how long do they plan to make me do this? Ah, but it's Edipu's ideas. That means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy, treat me like royalty, and I was going to feel the pain in my heels, also going to feel the burden. Speaking of bird plague with the virus right news, because of that, there are 3 houses from the steering very right down because of the roof. Appreciate everything you and Mr. Edward did for me from the bottom of my heart. That's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Yeah, a lot of people are either like Maya, Franziska truthers, or there are Adrian Andrews Franziska truthers, you know? It's become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. And we both be blessed with longevity. Okay. Yeah, it's like the same day, isn't it? Where are you going, Franziska? How do you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example? That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his, I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Well, that's alright. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? Seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm excited to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing, is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen. Yeah, that's why I gave it to you. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Gonna say this again. The prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. I could win against that man. I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat. And this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. You say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path? Then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. Oh! Hi, I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. I feel like people always characterize Edgeworth so well in fanfics, but they never like give Franziska the proper characterization they need, which is shall we meet again in battle. Oh wait, who's talking? Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. I was gonna say, I think it's probably the drawing Maya did. Nickel. Nissel. This game series makes me cry for real. Yahoo! Alright, I'm gonna go pass out now because oh my god, the fact that I had like 4 or like 5 micro naps in like the span of like 5-second intervals was kind of crazy. They might have been longer than I think, but I basically like would close my eyes, like as I was talking, my mind would give me a dream and then I'd close my eyes and then I'd wake up being like, hey, wait a minute. That was interesting. But yeah, school has started, the schedule is gonna change, but as of right now, it's probably gonna be like afternoon streams, which is gonna be really weird. I'm working all day Saturday and Sunday from now on. I should have Fridays off. Next week though, I have work. So yeah, very exciting stuff, I know. But I'll see you guys Tuesday. Have a good night. I hope you guys enjoyed Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. Like I said, the next game with Godot is my favorite. It's my favorite defense attorney, which I might be a little biased, but I'll try my best to not call him Got It, as I have my entire life. So we'll see how that goes. I feel like I'm pretty good at not doing so. But yeah, I have so much. Listen, I could talk about Phoenix Wright for so long. It's like embarrassing, because like there's a lot of stuff I can't talk about because it doesn't like there's a lot of stuff I can now. When it comes to like the Apollo series, that's like where I feel like it really hits like a really good stride in terms of overarching plot. Like I said, people tend to characterize Miles really well, where he's just like a very awkward guy. Fanfics where they're like, yeah, these 2 children by Von Karma's children, they need therapy, and they also need therapy. Very true, very real, I agree. Franziska, you know, at the end of the day, she's just like 18-year-old who didn't get any like proper love, and then obviously Edgeworth was a child when his father was murdered and he thought that he did it for a long ass time, so that's rough. Just need therapy. Yeah, I can't stand when people are like, oh, Franziska, she doesn't ever stop using the word foolish, and she's this and this and this. It's like, well, yeah, she does, but she also, like, you know, has emotions and, like, has feelings. Anyway, I had to go to bed because I had to be up at 7 a.m. Yahoo! See you guys later. Maybe I'll make it a schedule. Who knows? I don't. Okay, bye!